President will say, with everybody seated, he will say, those in favor of the adoption of the draft resolution, please signify by raising your hand. And then delegates in favor of the draft decision, those in favor of the proposal to adopt the strategic plan, please raise your hand. At that stage, all those delegates in favor of the draft decision to adopt the strategic plan will raise their hand. Then the conference officers, who are here elegantly dressed in red, with red jackets, they will fan out into the room and they will count those that have raised their hands in favor. Once that is done and the conference officers indicate that the counting of those in favor is done, then we proceed to those who are against the adoption of the strategic plan by raising their hands. Once that is done and the conference officer indicates that that is done, then they may raise their hands for those wishing to abstain. Basically, that is it. The conference officers, together with the secretary, will then tally the result. The result will then be read out by the president, who will read out those in favor, those against, abstentions, and then the resolution will be adopted or not adopted if those against are higher than those in favor. Once that process is concluded, delegations may wish to make a statement in explanation of vote after the vote, which is a statement that is limited in accordance with union practice to 3 minutes. So that's very straightforward. If delegates do at this stage have questions, could you manage that, Ulf? Then we will take questions.
Distinguished delegates, are there any questions on the briefing just heard from the legal advisor? You may ask for the floor, if you wish. Seems not to be the case. Thank you all. Egypt, asking for the floor.
Just out of courtesy, I just wanted to know if there could be a motion to close the debate on the request for a vote.
Yes, thank you, Egypt. That's a really important point. So, first of all, is that the Habitat Assembly is a subsidiary body of the General Assembly, and pursuant to Article 18 of the Charter, every member state has one vote, which extends to all subsidiary bodies of the General Assembly unless the General Assembly decides otherwise. Rule 52 is very clear. It says a vote shall, however, be taken if a member of the Assembly requests it. So the rules are very clear. A vote shall be taken if a member of the Assembly requests it. So in point 1, you cannot vote in order to go to a vote. The no-action motion is a no-action motion on a substantive proposal. It cannot be a no-action motion on going to a vote. So you can have a situation of where a proposal is presented to the Assembly and a member state says, I propose that there be no action on the motion under consideration, which is the substantive proposal under consideration, and then you vote on the no-action motion relating to the proposal. But you cannot have a no-action motion on going to a vote, as that would be contrary to the rules of procedure and the Charter. Yes, Egypt.
The last phrase you mentioned is a little bit confusing for me, because throughout the UN system, a no-action motion is actually presented when there is a request for a vote. So now you're telling me that no action motion could be made on the request for a vote? That's the first question. Second question, my original point was not actually to ask about a no action motion. My original point was to ask if there could be a motion to close the debate. I think it's Rule 70 something. Please check it.
Okay, so a motion to close the debate means that you end the discussion and then you immediately proceed to go to a vote. That is the motion to close the debate means that the discussion is over and then you move immediately to take action, either by way of consensus or by way of a vote. So that has happened in the past where member states are discussing and discussing and discussing, and then there is a move to close the debate in order that action can be taken on the draft resolution or draft decision in question.
Sorry, you just answered one part of my question.
All right,
the other
so
part.
on the second part, if you're talking about a no action motion on going to a vote, I have never seen that before, and that, in my view, would be contrary to the rules. The no action motion relates to taking no action on a proposal, on a substantive proposal, taking no action on a draft decision, which is then voted on. That is correct. But you are taking no action not on the proposal to go to a vote, or the request. It's not actually a proposal. You are not taking no action on the request to go to a vote, because that is enshrined in the rules. A vote shall, however, be taken if a member of the Assembly requests it. The no action motion means that you are taking a vote on no action on the proposal in question.
Egypt, you have the floor.
I take it that you have not seen that before, but I would suggest that you consult with OLA in New York, because this is the case in the General Assembly and many other organs of the UN.
So I was in OLA for 18 years. All right, I was in OLA for 18 years. I'm familiar with the no action motion. I'm familiar with the no action motion that we took on several draft resolutions in the General Assembly. And the no action motion relates to a substantive draft decision that the General Assembly has before it for its consideration. It is not a no action motion on the request to go to the vote. If necessary, we can call the Secretary of the governing bodies of the Environment Assembly who will confirm that, because I was in the General Assembly at that time when she was there as well. But she can come and she can confirm that. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other member states asking for the floor on the briefing, the informal briefing? I see no request for the floor. Egypt, you're asking for the floor? I don't, now I see you.
Thank you. I still think that it is very important to consult with the OLA in New York and to check that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now await the President of the Assembly to start the plenary meeting. Thank you.
Estimados delegados, por favor les pido tomar sus lugares.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to begin.
Se declara abierta la sesión plenaria
I now declare open the closing plenary session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Welcome back. Before opening consideration of Agenda Item 7, adoption of the outcomes of the session, I propose that we address Item 8, provisional agenda and other arrangements for the third session of the UN Habitat Assembly. If there are no objections, I wish now to refer to a draft decision entitled Decision on the Dates and Provisional Agenda for the third session of the United Nations Habitat Assembly, as contained in document HSP/HA/CRP.3, which has been announced by the Secretariat and made available online on the meeting portal. The draft was recommended for adoption by the third open-ending meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives without any outstanding issues. May I take it that the Assembly wishes to adopt this draft decision as contained in document HSP/HA/CRP. I understand the delegation of Lebanon has asked for the floor.
Líbano.
Lebanon?
Líbano.
Lebanon? Thank you.
Nuevamente les pongo a consideración de la...
So, I now ask the Assembly, may I take it the Assembly wishes to adopt the draft decision as contained in document HSP/HA/CRP.3.
Así queda decidido.
It is so decided. Thank you. This concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 8. Let us now consider Item 7, adoption of the outcomes of the session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in accordance with paragraph 7 of Section 1A of the General Assembly Resolution 56/206 and pursuant to Resolution 73/239 of the General Assembly, the UN Habitat Assembly will now be invited to adopt the outcomes of the work of its resumed second session, as recommended for adoption by the third open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives. The two draft decisions have been made available to all delegations through the meeting website. Before we make a decision on these draft decisions, I will provide a short report from the high-level dialogue on adequate housing for all under Agenda Item 6, which took place yesterday afternoon. The high-level dialogue on adequate housing was held on the 29th of May, and it was co-chaired by France and Kenya. The dialogue was opened by a high-level panel and was enriched by contributions by 1 Deputy Prime Minister, 24 ministers, 5 vice ministers, 19 government delegations, and 2 partners. The delegates welcomed the UN Habitat Strategic Plan 2026-2029, commending its focus on housing, land, and services. And they called for transforming commitment into action. Let's hope that this will be the case today. Adequate housing was reaffirmed as a cornerstone of dignity, equality, and sustainable development. And delegates recognized its role in advancing global goals, including poverty eradication, job creation, and inclusive urbanization. A variety of housing delivery models were presented with broad agreement on the need to integrate housing with infrastructure, mobility, services, and livelihood opportunities to create livable communities. It was highlighted that securing equitable land tenure, especially for women, Indigenous peoples, and marginalized communities, is essential for sustainable and equitable housing systems. The financial dimension of the housing crisis was a key concern. In response, a wide range of financial strategies and tools were discussed. These included the strategic use of land and land-based financing mechanisms, such as land value capture and land readjustment, to mobilize domestic resources and unlock investment. Inclusive and scalable financing instruments must align with broader urban development strategies to ensure sustainability, equity, and scale. Delegates emphasized the need for collaborative, multi-level governance and partnerships, and they called for active participation of households, communities, local governments, civil society, and the private sector to scale up housing solutions. Housing was repeatedly highlighted as a foundation for post-crisis recovery, durable solutions, conflict resolution, and peace building. Delegates stressed that housing systems must be responsive to the needs of displaced populations, returnees, and communities rebuilding after conflict or natural disasters. Climate-resilient housing emerged as a core priority, linking the housing sector to climate commitments and long-term environmental sustainability and resilience. The speakers stressed the need to respond to rapid urban growth through densification, sustainable land use, and smart planning. Cooperation through multilateral initiatives, regional urban forums, and bilateral partnerships was recognized as a vehicle for innovation and knowledge sharing. Now, I suggest to take action on a draft decision entitled Draft Decision on the Approval of the Strategic Plan for the period 2026 to 2029, as contained in document HSP/HA.2025/CRP.1. The draft was recommended for adoption by the third open-ended meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives, with the understanding that the Executive Director will introduce a limited number of consensual changes to the original draft as submitted by the Executive Director, as agreed by the aforementioned meeting and as outlined in document HSP/HA.2025/CRP.2. Before taking action on this draft decision, I invite the Executive Director to share some reflections on the documents before us. Madam Executive Director, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I express my deep appreciation for the support to the draft strategic plan 2026-2029 and the way forward as indicated by you, Mr. President. I hereby confirm that as Executive Director of UN Habitat, I will introduce the agreed consensual changes to the draft strategic plan 2026-2029 as contained in document HSP/HA2/CRP2. Back to you.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask the delegations whether they would agree to adopt this decision as it has been presented.
¿Alguna delegación quiere hacer?
Does any delegation wish to take the floor?
los Estados Unidos de América.
the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. We do not believe that this strategic plan in its draft form as accepted by the OECPR and passed to the Assembly enjoys consensus. The United States would like to call for a vote on the decision to adopt this draft strategic plan. Thank you.
La delegación
The delegation of the United States has requested a vote on this draft decision. This will be carried out through show of hands in accordance with the rule of procedure. The Secretariat has informed me that a quorum has been established. Before we proceed to the vote, I will give the floor to any delegation in explanation of vote. Does any delegation wish to take the floor in explanation of vote?
he solicitado a la Secretaría
I have asked the Secretary to check the quorum. I understand we do have a quorum. The Assembly is now initiating the process of voting. According to Rule 56, no representative shall interrupt the voting except on a point of order in connection with the actual conduct of the voting. Please listen with attention. Those who are in favor of the adoption of the draft resolution, please signify by raising your hand.
aquellos que estén a favor,
Those in favor, the Secretariat is counting.
les pido por
I ask you to please keep your hand raised.
les pido su paciencia.
I ask for your patience. Please keep your hands raised.
Muchas gracias y lamento.
Thank you. And I'm sorry you had to keep your hands up for so long. Now, I invite those countries that are against the proposal to raise your hand. Those who are against, please raise your hand.
There's nobody.
Excellency.
Les podría pedir.
Could I ask you to please remain seated so that the Secretariat can count the delegations voting against the proposal?
¿Hay alguna delegación que se...
Would any delegation wish to abstain? I'd ask the Secretariat, please, to check whether any delegation is abstaining.
Les pido, por favor,
If you please, remain seated.
en breve anunciaré el resultado.
In just a moment, I will announce the results of the vote.
Distinguidos,
Distinguished delegates, I inform you that the vote has been completed. The result is as follows. 105 votes in favor. 105 votes in favor.
2 votos.
2 votes against, 1 abstention.
Consecuentemente, el proyecto
The draft is adopted.
Please gavel. Please gavel.
alguna de
Does any delegation wish to make a statement in explanation of vote after the vote? Before giving the floor, I would like to remind you that the explanation of vote should be limited to 3 minutes. We will be very strict in terms of time. First, I give the floor to Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to deliver a statement on behalf of G77 and China, and then a national statement. Should I do both at the same time?
Adelante, sí.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm delivering this intervention or this explanation of vote on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. The Group of 77 and China welcomes the consultative process undertaken in Nairobi by the Executive Director in preparation of the new strategic plan and calls for the continuation and enhancement of this practice in the future work of the program under the purview of Member States. The group welcomes the current draft that was developed, taking into account different views and priorities expressed during the preparation process. G77 and China acknowledges pivoting the current draft on the key priority areas reflected in the Assembly resolutions and stresses the need of this plan to be implemented through regional action plans in a manner that enables to articulately meet different regional priorities, resulting in better impact on the ground that enhances the quality of life in cities and human settlements, especially in developing countries. The group reiterates its call to develop the monitoring and evaluation framework in a manner that leads to more efficient results, fully taking into consideration the recommendations and different assessments of the implementation of the current plan, particularly the one by the United Nations Office of Internal Oversight Services. I here end this statement by the G77 and China, and on my national capacity, I would like to congratulate the Assembly for the adoption of the strategic plan. It is really a matter of concern that for the first time ever, we are breaking the spirit of Nairobi, and there has been a call for a vote on one of the outcomes of the Assembly. We hope that this does not have a reverberating effect in the work of the programs here in Nairobi, and we hope that for all countries to work in solidarity in order to retrieve the spirit of Nairobi. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Egypt. The delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran has requested the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I have taken the floor in regards to the agenda item 7 titled Strategic Plan 2026-2029. The Islamic Republic of Iran actively and constructively participated in the consultation and negotiations of the draft strategic plan 2026-2029, recognizing it as a crucial platform to address the world's urgent challenges and needs for tackling urbanization and infrastructure challenges and improving urban crisis prevention and response and reaching urban development with a focus on strengthening the UN habitat, multilateralism, international cooperation, and solidarity. This delegation, in the spirit of compromise, has joined the consensus on the strategic plan 2026-2029. However, since the concerns of this delegation have not been captured in the text of the strategic plan, this delegation expressed its serious concern for insertion of any non-agreed and irrelevant languages which goes beyond the scope and mandate of the UN habitat, such as politicized concepts of human rights, gender, except referring to men and women, and also reference to the Pact of the Future. This delegation believes that human rights issues should be discussed and addressed in its relevant forums and settings of the United Nations in Geneva and New York, and UN Habitat shall remain focused on its technical works and not encroaching beyond its mandate. In addition to the above, this delegation also wishes to emphasize on the reservations of the Islamic Republic of Iran on the document titled Transforming Our World 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including on SDG 5, as well as on the document titled The Pact for the Future and its annexes, the Digital Compact and Declaration of Future Generations. The Islamic Republic of Iran is not committed at all to those parts and elements of the above-mentioned documents which are in one way or another in contradiction with the laws and policies of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as well as Islamic cultural and religious norms, ethical and moral values of the Iranian society. Moreover, in all domestic issues, national upper-handed instruments, plans, programs, and strategies shall enjoy total priority and would be considered as the sole and final source of action and reference. In addition to the above, this delegation believes that the above-mentioned documents have overlooked the negative impact of the imposition of unilateral coercive measures, external illegal and illegitimate sanctions, and other restrictive measures that are against sovereign equality of states, international law, fundamental principles of human rights, as well as international cooperation and solidarity. The strategic plan falls short of effective provisions, actions, and mechanisms to explore and eliminate these obstacles which severely affect the full achievement of economic and social development and realization of human rights, including the right to life, health, and development, particularly in developing countries. I would request that this explanation of the position to be recorded as the official documents of the meeting. Thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación.
I thank the delegation of Iran for its statement. And I now give the floor to the delegation of the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make an explanation of vote. The United States is disappointed that today, for the first time in UN Habitat proceedings, consensus could not be reached on a substantive matter. In light of the Assembly's inability to reach consensus on the draft strategic plan for UN Habitat, the United States had no other option but to call for a vote and vote no on the decision. UN Habitat, the United Nations Human Settlements Program, is mandated by the UN General Assembly to promote socially and environmentally sustainable towns and cities. As the lead agency within the UN system for urbanization and human settlements, its core mission is to address the challenges and opportunities of contemporary cities and human settlements. The United States believes UN Habitat must focus on its core mandate and that it can improve its performance in doing so. We have been clear that the United States cannot support a strategic plan that veers from this essential focus and does not include at least the minimum changes to the draft plan required for U.S. support. We find ourselves unable to support the current strategic plan due to its rigid casting of climate change as a root cause of threats to human settlements, rather than focusing on specific environmental threats directly relevant to human settlements, such as threats to clean air and clean water, wildfires, floods, droughts, and sea level rise. We are disappointed that we could not agree to a recasting of the proposed third impact area in the strategic plan away from vague terms to one focused on specific actionable development objectives rather than broad overarching agendas. Further, as the United States has stated consistently across multiple UN fora, we have rejected the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals as they advance a program of soft global governance inconsistent with the sovereignty of states. And we are disappointed that the strategic plan was not delinked from this framework, and instead, as drafted, proposes to further advance SDGs through UN Habitat's work to localize SDGs. Lastly, as drafted, the strategic plan includes problematic references to concepts like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and gender ideology. By concentrating on its fundamental purpose, UN Habitat can achieve the strongest and most effective plan possible. Thank you.
Agradezco.
Thank you, United States of America, for the statements. I now give the floor to Argentina. Thank you very much, Chair, or President. This is also an explanation of vote. Argentina laments the fact that the member states have not been able to achieve consensus on the fundamental document for the work of UN Habitat on urban planning and adequate housing throughout the world. In this regard, Argentina would like to express that it has voted against the document on the approval of the strategic plan due to our reiterated requests to remove references to the 2030 agenda and to the Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, these were not taken into account. The Argentine Republic recalls that it is part of the Pact for the Future and believes that the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, although it is well-intentioned in its targets, is made up of non-legally binding instruments which each member state, in exercising its sovereignty, has the right to implement or not according to their own freedoms. The Argentine government would like to provide a renewed vision to the strategic plan based on the belief that human development, sustainable human development, will be better achieved through private investment, open markets, and an environment propitious to investment. Based on this, the Argentine Republic would support initiatives and measures of UN Habitat which promote the principles which protect life, freedom, and private property. Argentina will continue to work with UN Habitat in all these issues, which are in line with our vision of human development. Thank you very much.
Agradezco.
I thank Argentina for the statement, and I'll give the floor to the delegation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain, Northern Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The United Kingdom is pleased to join consensus on this strategic plan. We welcome its focus on sustainable and inclusive urban development. However, we regret the removal of references to gender-based violence, which remains a serious barrier to safe and inclusive cities. Cities must work for everyone, especially women and girls, who are often excluded and endangered by urban design and service gaps. While we accept the compromise to achieve consensus, the United Kingdom remains firmly committed to addressing gender-based violence and expects UN Habitat to integrate gender equality and safety into its implementation. I thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the delegation of the United Kingdom for the statement, and now give the floor to Mexico. You have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor, President. Mexico is concerned with the unnecessarily political process for the approval of the strategic plan, a technical document prepared under the responsibility of the Secretariat, whose lines of action directly respond to the mandate which we have set out collectively as an assembly. Today, unfortunately, we have broken the Nairobi spirit, which we had been able to preserve within the context of UN Habitat since 1997. We support the adoption of the strategic plan in order to enable UN Habitat to comply with its mandate to create cities and human settlements which are inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Nevertheless, my delegation laments the fact that in this room we've brought into question diluted pro-reform references in relation to human rights, climate action, gender equality, and the fight against gender-based violence. Here, we are referring to key principles of the new urban agenda, the 2030 agenda, and the Pact for the Future, which are documents adopted by consensus and with the support of all regional groups. We call for all member states to ensure that Nairobi is not the weakest link, to ensure that we don't open the door to aggressions within the United Nations system. On the contrary, we hope to bring together the will of the global South and North for the success of the United Nations organization, to ensure that we can adopt positions in favor of people, planet, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much for giving the floor to President.
Agradezco.
I thank the delegation of Mexico for their statement, and I now give the floor to the Delegation of Brazil.
Tiene la palabra.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, Brazil aligns itself with the statement made by Egypt on behalf of G77 and China. As this is the first time we take the floor, we'd like to commend the dedicated leadership of Mexico in guiding the work of the United Nations Habitat Assembly. We also express our appreciation to the Executive Director and the Secretariat for the preparation of this session. Brazil warmly welcomes the consensual adoption of the Strategic Plan 2026-2029. We commend the spirit of constructive engagement that made this outcome possible, and we express appreciation to all delegations for their flexibility and commitment to multilateral cooperation. We recognize the leadership of the Executive Director in guiding the intergovernmental process, responding to the concerns of member states, while preserving a forward-looking and inclusive vision. The strategic plan reflects a balanced integration of key priorities: expanding access to adequate housing, securing tenure, basic service, and the transformation of informal settlements and slums in line with the SDGs and the new urban agenda. We are especially pleased to see that cross-cutting principles have been maintained in the final document. These are not abstract ideals, but necessary conditions for building equitable, resilient, and inclusive cities. Whether some delegations like it or not, human rights are central to the United Nations identity and actions. Through a combination of norm setting, monitoring, and technical support, the UN works to ensure that every individual enjoys dignity, freedom, and justice, regardless of nationality, race, gender, or belief. They are mainstreamed across all areas of UN's work, including the fulfillment of UN Habitat's mandate. Yet let us be mindful that the value of UN Habitat's strategic plan will be measured by its concrete impact in the upcoming years. For that, predictable and adequate financing is essential. Brazil reiterates our call for increased non-earmarked contributions to UN Habitat in order to preserve its autonomy and strengthen its capacity to deliver on its mandate. Finally, Brazil remains fully committed to supporting the implementation of the strategic plan and UN Habitat's role as a leading actor in sustainable urban development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Agradezco.
I thank the delegation of Brazil for their statement and their words. For the Executive Director and the Presidency of Mexico, I now give the floor to the delegation of Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor. Thank you, President. Colombia expresses its satisfaction with the approval of a new strategic plan. It recognizes the work of the Executive Director and other governance bodies throughout this process. It's unfortunate that we were not able to achieve consensus in order to maintain references to gender-based violence. In addition, it's unfortunate that we broke the possibility of maintaining the Nairobi spirit in achieving absolute consensus. Nevertheless, and despite all this, I would like to call attention to the fact that we also achieved consensus on important matters in areas where we had various differences. And I think we should also highlight this, despite the fact that we didn't achieve absolute consensus. Thank you.
Agradezco a la...
I thank the delegation of Colombia for their statements. And we will now suspend for around 5 minutes to have some consultations on the topic of the approval of the guidelines on people-centered smart cities. I would ask you to remain seated. Just 5 minutes.
Estimados colegas,
Esteemed colleagues, I'll ask you to take your seats. We're going to make a brief announcement. We are going to begin our session again in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, an announcement, repeating the announcement from Mr. President just now. Interested delegations that follows the informal consultations on the guidelines on smart cities will meet now for 20 minutes in the room behind, the President's room behind conference room 2. I repeat, consultations will continue for 20 minutes on the guidelines of smart cities in the President's room behind conference room 2. Thank you.
Estimados delegados, vamos a continuar con nuestra sesión.
Esteemed delegates, we're going to continue with the session. I would ask you all to please take your seats.
No,
Did you announce it?
I announced it
Okay.
clearly to everyone. No, I was clear.
Esteemed delegates, I propose to now consider draft decision related to document HSP slash HA dot 2 slash 14. May I take it that the Assembly can take note of this document? Egypt.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Chair. Would you kindly explain what the document is about? I don't have my, my computer with me or the documents with me. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you. It's the approval on the international guidelines on people-centered smart cities. May I take it that the Assembly is able to adopt this document, or to take note, sorry, of this document? Egypt, once again.
Thank you, Chair. I believe there's no consensus, and actually the negotiations are still going on in the back room.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Are you therefore requesting a vote on it?
Puedo entender que su
Can I understand that you are objecting to taking note?
Egipto tiene la palabra.
Egypt, you have the floor.
Chair, I would suggest that we just wait for 5 minutes to hear from our delegates in the back room.
Exactamente.
At exactly 5:23, we will begin this session again. Thank you.
Estimados colegas,
Distinguished colleagues, we will resume the session. As you know, we still have the decision pending, namely regarding the guidelines on people-centered smart cities. I understand that consultations, informal consultations have been held, and so I'd like to ask the delegation of Ghana about the outcome of these consultations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, Ghana was appointed to lead the informal consultation on the draft document on international guidelines on people-centered smart cities. The deliberation started yesterday, the 29th of May, and delegations were given the opportunity to offer options, concerns, and their opinions. We adjourned, reconvened this morning, still making last minute, sometimes I was characterizing it as a last minute desperate attempt or effort to make sure that we could reach consensus because of the importance of the document that was presented to us. I wish to report that after several attempts and efforts, and at this point I want to extend my appreciation and thanks to all members of the Assembly for their contribution and the commitment that they demonstrated in our efforts to reach consensus. I report that, unfortunately, we were unable to reach consensus on the document. We made several efforts, at some point, taking portions of the text to see whether there could be agreement. At some moment, there were semblance of near consensus, only for it to unravel at the time that it was most needed. So, Mr. President, I report that we have not been successful in reaching consensus. With respect to the way forward, divergent views and opinions have been expressed on the way forward. And therefore, I present this report to the Assembly for a final decision to be taken on the draft document on international guidelines on people-centered smart cities for a final decision to be taken. I wish to thank you from all member states for your contribution and the effort and the support. Some of them you attempted to offer, some were restrained, but in all, I thank you for your contribution. Thank you, Mr. President.
agradezco.
I thank the delegation of Ghana for all of the efforts. I thank the delegation of Ghana for all of the efforts that they have carried out to try to come to a conclusion on this item. Thus, I understand that the only solution could be to take note of what occurred, of the reality, that the executive director presented a document on this topic. In other words, a factual statement that this document was presented. And so I ask the Assembly, can we take note of the fact that the executive director presented this document without any further qualifications to that? Is there any delegation that cannot support this? If it is not, it is so approved. Oh, Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. We don't know which document that we are going to be taking action on at this point, because there has been discussions in the back room. We were told that there is a new draft. So could you kindly explain, or perhaps ask the Secretariat to put it up on the screen?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Egypt. The document, so this is an oral decision simply stating that the Assembly took note that the Executive Director presented a document, HSP/HA.2/14. The proposal is simply that this document has been presented, and we take note that it has been presented.
Argelia, por favor.
Algeria, please.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. أردت فقط أن
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask for a clarification. You gave us the information, but we feel we don't have all of the information. After the consultations that took place next door, there were a number of proposals which should be submitted for approval. Among these approvals, there is the first proposal regarding taking note of the document which was initially presented. So, at the beginning, we had the document of the group of experts that was presented by the Secretariat. We ask the Secretariat to continue work in this direction, as it is what is extremely important for us is the need to identify this document. What is the nature of the document that you are referring to, Mr. President? Secondly, what is the purpose of this document? Is it simply a matter of noting it, taking note? Or will we take note while allowing the Secretariat to continue to work on it in the future so that we can eventually come to a solution on this? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your statement. And thank you for the question. What we would be doing in this context is taking note not of the document, but rather of the fact that the Executive Director presented the document. The document is HSP/HA.2/14, presented on the 17th of March, 2025. In other words, there is no conclusion. What we are doing simply is taking note that the Executive Director presented the document without further qualifying that statement. Is that clear?
Iran, por favor.
Iran, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Excellency, I do believe that your suggestion is a way out, and I think that works for the resolving this outstanding pending issue. Thank you.
Gracias, Brasil.
Thank you. Brazil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take the floor on behalf of Brazil to support your proposal. We are just reflecting what is happening. The Director General is presenting a document, and we are just taking note of this presentation by her. So Brazil supports your proposal. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Egypt?
Thank you, Chair. Just want to clarify. So does that mean with this resolution, or this, oral decision, that there will be no other resolutions or decisions on the report or the guidelines?
Esa es la propuesta.
That is the proposal. Correct.
Puedo entonces
May I take it that we are able to take note that the executive director presented document HSP/HA.2/14. I see no objections. It is so decided. The Assembly has thus taken action on 2 decisions recommended by the open-ended meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives. Adoption of the procedural meeting report. Under this agenda item, we will also adopt the procedural report of the session as drafted by the UN office in Nairobi, finalized by the rapporteur in cooperation with the Secretariat. I invite China as rapporteur in the Bureau of the Assembly to introduce the draft report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to introduce the draft report of the resumed Second Habitat Assembly as contained in document HSP/HA.2/L.1. The draft report contains information on the organization of the meeting and action taken on the draft decisions put before us. The report will be updated and completed to include information under final plenary meetings. As per established practice, the report writers from the UN office in Nairobi will complete these sections later to reflect the full outcomes of this meeting, after which I will review the document in my capacity as rapporteur with the support of the Secretariat. Once finalized, it will be made available online to all delegations in all official languages after the closure of this session. Distinguished delegates, this concludes my statement. I have the honor to submit to the Assembly the draft report for its adoption. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to the rapporteur. Thank you to the rapporteur for presenting the report. May I take it that the Assembly wishes to adopt the draft report as contained in document HSP/HA.2/L1 and authorize the rapporteur to finalize the report in conformity with the practice of the UN. I hear no objections. It is so decided. The Assembly has thus concluded its consideration of Agenda Item 7, adoption of the outcomes of the session. Now, we will move to Item 10, other matters. Is there any delegation who wishes to present any other matters for consideration by the Assembly? Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a statement to deliver on behalf of G77 and China on the stakeholders engagement policy. The group recognizes the efforts exerted in developing the stakeholders engagement policy over the past years and appreciates the different views expressed on the matter. The group wishes to take this opportunity to express its appreciation to the consecutive chairpersons of the ad hoc working group on the development of the stakeholders engagement policy. While the group reaffirms the intergovernmental nature of the program and the crucial role played by stakeholders on the ground, particularly their valuable contributions to the World Urban Forum and their inputs in areas of urban planning and adequate housing, to achieve a more inclusive, sustainable, and successful urban development projects, the group regrets that consensus could not be reached on the draft stakeholders engagement policy and reiterates the importance of the continued engagement of stakeholders in the work of the program. I thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the delegation of Egypt for their statement. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I understand that a few representatives of stakeholders also wish to take the floor to report from the Global Stakeholder Forum held on the 22nd and 23rd of May. and to share any reflections on the deliberations in the Assembly. I request the representatives of the stakeholders to keep within 3 minutes for their statement.
Honorable Chair,
Un
distinguished...
segundo.
1 moment, I need to give you the floor. I would ask you to introduce yourself.
I'm Amanda Entrikin from Habitat for Humanity International, but today I have the distinct honor of joining you as the representative of a diverse collection of self-organizing stakeholders from around the world. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues. Last week, we convened a virtual 2-day global stakeholder forum regarding the proposed UN Habitat Strategic Plan and stakeholder engagement policy, which comprised robust, committed, and passionate contributions from over 600 individuals, from over 500 organizations, and from 125 countries. Collectively, we created a stakeholder declaration with several calls to action for both member states and UN Habitat, which will be circulated in its entirety to member states. As we approach World Urban Forum 13 and the 10th anniversary of the New Urban Agenda, we stress that this moment calls not for incremental steps, but for transformative change. We must confront the global housing crisis, the deepening climate emergency, and rising inequalities with courage, collaboration, and with a reflection of human rights frameworks and protections. Adequate housing is not a commodity, it is a human right. Climate resilience is not a luxury, it is a necessity for survival. Land and public services must serve the public good, not speculative markets. I take this opportunity to state with clarity that we, as stakeholders from across the globe, speak with one voice to reaffirm our collective commitment to the vision and mandate of UN Habitat. We stand ready to co-create, co-implement, and co-monitor the 2026-2029 strategic plan, recognizing that our shared success depends on bold, inclusive, and people-centered action. We appreciate the concerted effort of member states to ensure the passage of the strategic plan today. It is with this renewed mandate that member states demonstrate to the world that there is commitment to progressing in our collective response to some of the most challenging and complex phenomena of our time: rapid urbanization and a crisis of affordable and adequate housing and its components, which reflect low-income, middle-income, and high-income countries alike, which affect them alike. However, in recognition of the lack of conclusion on a stakeholder engagement policy, we also urge member states to advance an ambitious policy that institutionalizes self-organized, transparent, and inclusive participation at all levels of governance. We additionally call for direct, flexible funding to grassroots and community-based organizations, and for systemic investment in local capacity data systems and multi-level governance. This statement and the detailed declaration that you will receive in writing reflects a global consensus. The way forward must be shaped with, by, and for the people. The success of the strategic plan must be measured by real outcomes, by homes made safe, by land made just, and by cities made inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Let this assembly be remembered as the moment when ambition met action and stakeholders stood not at the margins, but at the heart of the urban transformation we all strive for. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from local authorities. I don't have the full name in front of me.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to start by adhering ourselves to the statement that has just been made by all stakeholders. Excellencies, colleagues, we welcome the renewed focus and ambition of UN Habitat's strategic plan. We feel it fully fulfills the mandate of UN Habitat. It offers an important opportunity to address complex urban challenges in a more coherent, systemic way. But we must be clear. We need everybody behind these plans, all stakeholders, and in particular, the meaningful engagement of local and regional governments. Housing is a human right. Land must serve the people. Basic services must reach all, in particular, women and girls everywhere. But translating these principles into action requires leadership grounded in local realities and the recognition of cities and territories as political actors. If there is an assembly that can acknowledge this, it is this one. The municipal movement has steadily grown and has shown the recognition of the multilateral system and its works. We have become increasingly engaged on sustainable development, climate action, and the localization of the sustainable development goals. In a time of interconnected crises, local solutions and proximity are essential. We therefore call for the urgent development of differentiated policy that is the stakeholder engagement within UN Habitat, because the strength of UN Habitat has always been its capacity to engage with everyone, everywhere. These policies must respect the self-organization, ensuring that their voices are not only heard, but truly shape outcomes, differentiating local and regional governments and their networks from the broader civil society. We stand ready to work with you, not only as implementers, but actually as shapers of policy, delivering public services and building the solutions that our communities need. Let us work together to build a multilateral system that is inclusive, effective, and reflective of the realities of cities and our territories, for people, for planet, with all levels of government. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Given our time limitations, we will hear from the next speaker, who will be the last speaker from among the stakeholders. So I give the floor to Grassroots.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies and representatives of stakeholder groups. My name is Violet Shibutse, representing Wairu Commission and the grassroots organizations. We take this opportunity to affirm our alignment with the vision and impact areas of the strategic direction outlined in the Strategic Plan 2026 to 2029 that focuses on adequate housing, land, basic service for all. This strategic plan is a foundation to ensuring sustainable urbanization, as it will contribute to ensuring equitable and inclusive prosperity for poverty eradication and intervention for being prepared, responsive, as well as taking opportunity to build back better in recovery and reconstruction situation, with particular attention to environment and climate action. UN Habitat is the only UN agency which, in our opinion, has the exclusive position for advancing adequate housing for all. Noting that there is already a resolution in this adopted at the 2023 UN Habitat Assembly. We urge the member states to support and ensure efficient, effective operation of the strategic plan, means of implementation with active involvement of diverse groups of stakeholders, including those 16 partner constituency groups of the World Urban Campaign, to mobilize resources and increase direct, flexible funding to local stakeholders, organizations, embedding the spirit of empowering them, particularly the women-led and grassroots, non-profit and community-based groups, to scale up proven approaches and foster innovation. It is key to involve the partner with stakeholders in monitoring and evaluation, effective follow-up, planning for the intended result with a gender-responsive lens for impactful, successful implementation. Organized grassroots women, especially those led by women, such as the Wairu Commission, will support in producing accurate, timely information and sex-disaggregated data, accuracy, social its dissemination and application in decision-making, and solutions in housing, land governance, and public service. We would like to also point out that as we aim for ensuring adequate housing for all, the word affordable has always been used. We need to define and reframe the language of affordability, specifically how the houses can be affordable to women and their families who live in marginalized communities. As long-time partner of UN Habitat, the Wairu Commission is always ready to partner, support, and work together. We hope the member state supports UN Habitat bold implementation plan that emphasizes empowerment of stakeholders, including grassroots women, and its joint activities and partnerships, from the design to implementation. And finally, the monitoring for effective multi-level.
Executive Director. Minister. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach the end of our session, I will invite member states to provide any closing remarks. I ask you to keep them very brief, please. As you can see, we're on the point of losing interpretation. First, allow me to give the floor to Malaysia, the newly elected president of the UN Habitat Assembly, to make a few remarks.
Honorable Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Karibu. It is with deep humility and profound responsibility that I accept the presidency of the UN Habitat Assembly on behalf of the Asia-Pacific Group. Malaysia is honored by the trust and pledges to serve with fairness, transparency, and unwavering determination. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all member states for your confidence and support. My appreciation also goes to Mexico for its exemplary leadership, and of course to the Executive Director and the entire UN Habitat Secretariat for its tireless work in advancing the UN Habitat Agenda. We take on this role as a president together with our esteemed colleague from the United Arab Emirates. This shared commitment symbolizes regional solidarity and our commitment to urban sustainability. Together, we will ensure this assembly bridges global ambition with local realities. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, in the spirit of this truth, I would like to share a Swahili proverb, Umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu, which means united we stand, divided we fall. Today's urban challenges include rapid urbanization, housing insecurity, and socio-economic inequality. It demands more than technical solutions. It requires strong multilateral organizations that can only come when all member states work together as one. No nation, no city, and no community can navigate these challenges alone. Realizing the need for ever greater global and transnational cooperation, I sincerely believe in the principles of people-public-private partnership. We are stronger because we are together, and we continue sharing knowledge, foster partnership, and ensuring that no one and no place is left behind in our urbanizing world. Ladies and gentlemen, during my term as President of the Assembly, let us strengthen UN Habitat as a platform that combines thinking and doing. Let us ensure the voices of local governments, women, youth, civil society, and vulnerable communities are taken into consideration when we develop policies and design action plans. To strengthen multilateralism and the Habitat Agenda, both Malaysia and UAE, we called upon member states to redouble efforts to implement the new urban agenda. We hope that you will continue to support the call for a high-level meeting on the implementation of the new urban agenda, especially as 2026 marks 10 years after its adoption at Habitat 3 in Kyoto. We, too, look forward to playing an active role at the 13th session of the World Urban Forum in Baku, Azerbaijan, in May next year, where we hope to scale up the Habitat Agenda to further proper urban solutions. We are also pleased to offer to host a joint bureau meeting in the beautiful Penang, Malaysia, on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Conference of Ministers of Housing and Urban Development this October. This will provide an opportunity for joint bureaus to assess the impact of the Assembly and align the support with the UN Habitat Strategic Plan 2026 to 2029. Ladies and gentlemen, the fate of our cities will shape the fate of humanity. Let me take this opportunity to reiterate once again our support for the strategic plan with adequate housing at its centerpiece. For us, these form a solid big rock for the provision of basic services and land tenure security. More importantly, it informs other habitat-related thematic focus areas, including zero waste, urban renewal, and other inclusive development policies. Malaysia is co-presidency with the UAE. We stand ready to lead with integrity, inclusivity, and with steadfast dedication to the principle of the United Nations. In line with this partnership, I'm reminded of a famous Malay proverb, bulat air kerana pembentung, bulat manusia kerana muafakat. It means that just as water finds its shape through the channels that guide it, humanity's greatest challenges, which include climate resilience, equitable cities, and inclusive development, it can only be solved through deliberate, united frameworks. UN Habitat stand as that vital conduit that bring us together to align our policies, innovations, and of course, political will. From the streets of Nairobi to the neighborhood of Kuala Lumpur, the task of our era is clear. Will we build wall or bridges? Will we compete or collaborate? Let our answer be the legacy of this honorable assembly, a commitment to consensus that transforms dialogue into tangible progress. Together, let us shape cities that are not just sustainable, but just. Not just smart, but inclusive. Not just resilient, but united. Thank you, and may we return to our nations with the courage to turn consensus into action, and let us, all of us, bring faith, hope, and love to this world. Asante sana, shukran zarilan. Terima kasih, CCA. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. We wish you all the best in assuming this important role. Secondly, I will give the floor to the United Arab Emirates, who are expected to replace Malaysia and assume the role of President of the UN Habitat Assembly for the period 2027-2029, for them to make a statement. UAE, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor for United Arab Emirates to be elected as a President of United Nations Habitat General Assembly and also elected for UN Habitat's Executive Board jointly with Malaysia. This is a partnership which is marked by strategic coordinations and shared a purpose of the better future. We thank all members of state for their support. The UAE approach to urbanization is rooted along terms of planning, inclusive growth, and innovations as a nation that has transformed its desert to the piece of art iconic country. In just a few decades, we offer the real-world experience in delivering integrated housing, fully ready infrastructures, and a smart urban system that places people at the center of the progress. Today, UAE is ranked among the top countries globally in infrastructure, efficiency, city resilience, and the quality of life. Our model has combined sustainability with the economic efficiency, from the world-leading green building codes to major national housing programs that serve citizens across the regions. Our priorities will focus on UN Habitat's operational and effectiveness, promoting regional collaborations and ensuring the policy translates to a measurable improvement in the people's lives. The UAE remains committed to support a membership of state, sharing our best practices and building bridges to make the global urban agenda more inclusive, more responsive, and more forward-looking, and that will be with Malaysia. We thank you again for the opportunity to serve, and we are looking forward to success journey together. Thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for their statements. I now give the floor to France. Please be brief. Thank you very much, President. France welcomes the adoption of the strategic plan, which places adequate housing at the heart of UN Habitat and the organisation. A high-level dialogue on adequate housing, which France co-chaired alongside Kenya, and which enabled delegations to have discussions on this very important and shared issue. France deeply regrets that the international guidelines on people-centered smart cities were not able to be adopted by this Assembly, despite the many efforts made by delegations in order to achieve consensus. These guidelines were developed by a group of experts representative of this Assembly from all regional groups. Their mandate was respected in line with language agreed in Resolution 2/1 adopted by this very Assembly in 2023, directly referring to human rights and private lives. This would have had real added value for countries here today and would enable citizens to have concrete benefits and the implementation of smart cities enabling innovation and technology transfer, benefiting all countries within the international community. My delegation, however, recognizes the value of this text and will mobilize it within its national and local policies. Finally, my delegation would like to warmly thank the Mexican Presidency of the Assembly, the Executive Director, and in particular, the Deputy Executive Director for his essential work for this organization and his role as interim Executive Director, which shows his unfailing dedication to the work of UN Habitat. Thank you. I thank France For their words, I now give the floor to the European Union.
Honorable Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellency, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. At the end of this intense week, I would like to thank the Executive Director, the bureaus, and everyone who worked hard to prepare and deliver the third meeting of the open-ended CPR and the resumed second session of the UN Habitat Assembly. Allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate the new Executive Board and all the members of the new bureaus of the governing bodies. Smooth elections are an important achievement of this Assembly, and we commend everyone for this success. We note with satisfaction that the resumed Assembly adopted a new strategic plan for UN Habitat for 2026 to 2029, giving a clear and focused direction for the organization. Regretting that its adoption required voting, we are nevertheless pleased that it firmly rests on fundamental values of the UN. We thank the Executive Director for the presentation of the international guidelines on people-centered smart cities, which we find relevant and useful. We regret we could not adopt the guidelines. After we close this Assembly, the EU and its member states will continue working with UN Habitat, supporting it in the implementation of its full mandate, guided by the new strategic plan. We invite constructive engagement of all member states in the next 4 years to ensure a stronger place of UN Habitat within the UN system. The EU and its member states remain fully committed to the multilateral system, guided by the universal values and fundamental principles, including human rights for all. Finally, we join all in sincerely thanking the Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Michael Milner, for his impactful contributions to UN Habitat. His leadership during the transition following Ms. Maimouna Moed-Sharif's departure brought stability and ensured a smooth start for Executive Director Ms. Rosbach. We are grateful for this steady support throughout key consultations on the strategic plan, stakeholder engagement policy, and draft guidelines on people-centered smart cities, demonstrating UN Habitat's commitment to working with member states. We wish Mr. Milner every success in his future endeavors and thank him on behalf of the EU and all 27 member states for his leadership. I thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of the European Union and now give the floor to Sweden.
Madam Executive Director, Mr. President, Excellencies, Sweden welcomes the adoption of the new strategic plan for UN Habitat for 2026 to 29. The road to adoption was not easy, and Sweden finds it regrettable that member states have spent numerous hours negotiating universally agreed fundamental human rights instead of important normative and operational work of UN Habitat. Sweden also regrets that we were not able to adopt the international guidelines on people-centered smart cities, which we see very useful and relevant. We also regret that member states have not been able to agree on an ambitious stakeholder policy to ensure effective, informed, and meaningful stakeholder engagement in UN Habitat meetings. Openness and transparency are key factors for a successful implementation of UN Habitat's mandate. The civil society and local authorities have a decisive role to play in the activities of UN Habitat and must be included in our deliberations.
Mr. President, Sweden is honored to have been elected chair of the Bureau of the CPR for the period of 25 to 27, as well as a member of the Executive Board for the period of 25 to 29. We look forward to engaging constructively with all member states to ensure the implementation of UN Habitat's important mandate. Finally, we would like to join others in thanking the Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Michel Molinar, for the important work he has undertaken during his tenure at UN Habitat. We wish him every success in his future endeavors. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Sweden for their statement, and now give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate Mexico for its exemplary leadership during this UN Habitat Assembly. And I would also like to congratulate Malaysia and United Arab Emirates for taking up the baton as the United Nations Habitat presidency for the Asia-Pacific region. Rest assured that Indonesia will work constructively to support your leadership. We would also like to congratulate Germany as chair of the Executive Board and also the newly elected members of the Executive Board. In this regard, we would like to reiterate Indonesia's commitment as member of EB for the period of 2025-2029 to work closely together to deliver our duties to provide strategic guidance and oversight for normative and operational activities of UN Habitat. We would also like to convey our deep appreciation and gratitude to Madam ED, Mr. Deputy ED, and their entire team for their hard work and continuous support to member states. Thank you very much. We really appreciate all your great effort. In closing, and in line with the statement from our upcoming president from Malaysia, I would like to say the following. From the street of Jakarta to the street of Nairobi, let us work together to continue advancing the human settlement agenda and sustainable urbanization in supporting the implementation of the new urban agenda. I thank you very much.
Agradezco.
Thank you, Indonesia. I give the floor to Germany. Please be as brief as possible. We are about to lose the interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. I would like to express our full alignment with what my EU colleague said earlier and specify on the outcomes of today's assembly. Germany welcomes the inclusive process for the Strategic Plan 2026-2029. We commend the Executive Director and Secretariat for a forward-looking, focused and balanced document reflecting Member State and stakeholder priorities. We would like to thank all Member States for their dedicated work on the Strategic Plan over the last few months. Germany fully supports the Plan's 3 impact areas and its practical implementation focus as essential for advancing the SDGs and the new urban agenda. We are, however, disappointed that after 2 years of work of an international expert group, as well as consultations, Member States failed to adopt the people-centered smart city guidelines. We fully recognize and appreciate the respect that Member States have shown for the work of experts, as well as their acknowledgement of the value of the guidelines, which were formulated according to existing standards, language, and concepts. The guidelines would have ensured a people-centered approach to digital urbanization, ensuring that smart city development leaves no one behind. And so far we regret that urban communities worldwide now lack the practical guidance they need in a digital future. Germany also regrets that after 8 years of inclusive and constructive negotiations, the Executive Board was unable to reach consensus on the stakeholder engagement policy, with several Member States breaking the silence procedure. We reaffirm that it is unacceptable to our government for any stakeholder's participation to be challenged without providing the general basis for the objection. Germany underscores the continued importance of meaningful stakeholder engagement as a key element of UN Habitat's normative and operational work moving forward. That being said, Germany, as we have said earlier today, will fully support UN Habitat in times of global uncertainty. We look forward to the outcomes of the UN 80 reform process, which seeks to enhance the UN's coherence, impact, and relevance in the 21st century. In this context, a clear focus on improving effectiveness and impact remain important. We encourage UN Habitat to fully leverage its normative and operational strengths, enhance coordination with other UN entities and external partners, seek synergies, and continue positioning itself as a key driver of inclusive, sustainable, and resilient urban development in line with the 2030 Agenda. And we will support UN Habitat in that endeavor. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Germany for the statement, and now give the floor, or given the time we have remaining, I will give the floor to Slovakia, Iran, and Egypt, and close the list after that. So Slovakia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Madam Executive Director, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The Slovak Republic would like to join others in expressing sincere appreciation to Mr. Michal Mlinar for his dedicated service as the Deputy Executive Director of UN Habitat. Throughout his time at the UN Habitat, Mr. Mlinar demonstrated professionalism, commitment, and a steady hand. His guidance and unwavering skills provided important continuity at a critical juncture and helped ensure a smooth transition in support of the Executive Director's mandate. The Deputy Executive Director of UN Habitat worked consistently to advance key initiatives, including preparations for the new strategic plan, and to promote dialogue and collaboration with member states and stakeholders with tangible financial and capacity building outcomes. Slovakia particularly commends his efforts to uphold the values of inclusivity, transparency, and constructive engagement, principles that are essential for the success of the organization. While Mr. Mlinar served in his capacity as an international civil servant, we in Slovakia are proud of his contributions and of the high standard of professionalism and integrity he brought to the UN Habitat. As Mr. Mlinar concludes his service, we extend to him our heartfelt thanks and best wishes for continued success in his future endeavors. And speaking of the future, we take this opportunity to also convey our best wishes to the Executive Director and the UN Habitat team in fulfilling their duty and mandate in close cooperation with the Member States. We also wish to thank the Chair, bureaus, and all colleagues whose effort made possible the preparation of the third meeting of the open-ended CPR and the resumed second session of the UN Habitat Assembly, whilst also warmly congratulating the newly elected members on their appointments and expressed our best wishes for success in fulfilling the important tasks ahead. Once again, Mr. Mlinar, ďakujeme a všetko dobré. Thank you.
Agradezco.
Thank you, Slovakia. I now give the floor to Iran.
Excellency President, first of all, I wish to congratulate and commend to you for leadership of this, resumed second session of the Assembly of UN Habitat. Madam Edie, I would also like to thank you and congratulate you for all the hard work that you have invested in yourself and your able team for this event and well organization of that. I would also like to congratulate the new members who have been elected for the Executive Board of the UN Habitat, and also congratulate United Arab Emirates and Malaysia for taking the role of presidency of the Assembly. As we are going to the closure of this very important event, and as we witness the spirit of multilateralism, I would like to pray and wish that in the meantime, all the atrocities and genocide which is happening in Palestine and Gaza also to be stopped, and all the predators to be taken responsible by the international community. Thank you.
The interpreters regret to announce interpretation time has come to an end. Thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Irán por su intervención y las palabras dirigidas hacia la presidencia. Tiene ahora la palabra la delegación de Egipto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to extend my delegation's thanks to the ED for all the efforts that she's done in the preparations for this assembly and the work that was done by the whole team in the Secretariat, and also to extend appreciation to Mr. Michael Linar for all the work that he's done, especially in the interim period. He was a great help to many delegations and was a great asset to the program, and wish him all the best in the future. My delegation also regrets that we could not adopt the Smart Cities guidelines, which I think if delegations had approached the negotiations with an open mind from the very beginning and were showing more keenness and earnest to deal with these concerns, perhaps we could have reached a consensus on this one. However, of course, this is a lesson to learn, and hopefully that we will be able to retrieve the Nairobi spirit very soon. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Egipto por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la delegación de Marruecos.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair, and on behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco, I would like to congratulate all member states for the intensive work and great effort they have invested during the open-ended CPR, as well as during the assembly. And we would like to commend and congratulate everyone for adopting the strategic plan for 2026-2029. And we would like also to applaud this adoption, as it is the backbone of the program, and it will allow UN Habitat to continue its very substantive work on the ground. And we are also regretting that at the last minute we were not able to adopt the people-centered smart cities guideline, which has as its main objectives to improve the lives of peoples and cities, thanks to its approach that was to promote inclusive growth, sustainable solutions, and participatory governance. Finally, we would like to thank you, Mr. President, for the excellent manner you have been steering the work of this assembly. We would like to take the opportunity to also congratulate all the newly elected members of the governing bodies and their bureaus. And finally, I just wanted to take to say the final word, to wish the best to Mr. Michael Milner, and to wish him really more and more success, and we hope that we can tell him goodbye properly in appropriate time. Thank you very much, Madam Executive Director, and congratulations for all the work you have been doing, and also thank you for your patience with us. Thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Marruecos por su intervención y daría ahora la palabra a la secretaria de Gabinete, Alice Wahome. Su Excelencia, tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to once again come here. I, of course, now have come without my president. I want to express his sincere apologies for not managing to come, but I'm here and I'm going to deliver a brief remarks on his behalf. May I start, therefore, by recognizing the protocol briefly and say, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, because of course now we have a new president, executive director, and your entire team, honorable ministers, you are still here, and heads of your delegations, mayors, representatives of local and regional governments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This statement is from Mr. President, but I just want before that I say that I think we still have made very good progress because we've adopted the strategic plan. I want to congratulate the delegates, the Assembly for achieving that. and also then look at, and I know that there was also a vote, and the vote for me was a representative of consensus, serious consensus building. It is work in progress for the two very important documents that we needed, the stakeholders policy and the guidelines on people-centered smart cities. I believe we will get back on the drawing board and see what to do. Closing remarks at the resumed second session. As we conclude this resumed second session of the United Habitat Assembly, I wish to express my heartfelt appreciation to all those, to all of you for your participation, insights, and dedication. These remarks are from His Excellency the President, not my remarks. On behalf of the Government of Kenya, host to UN Habitat and United Nations offices here in Nairobi, I extend my gratitude for your presence and commitment to the discussions we have had. Over the past days, we have engaged in critical conversations on sustainable urban development, equitable prosperity, and adequate housing for all. Kenya remains deeply committed to the mandate and the work of United Nations Habitat, recognizing its crucial role in addressing the challenges of urbanization and harnessing its immense potential for sustainable growth. The discussions on the strategic plan of the UN Habitat for the period 2026 have reinforced our shared vision and urgency of our efforts to build inclusive, resilient, and sustainable cities. Congratulations to the Assembly. As we take our conclusions forward, I reflect on the progress made since the adoption of the resolution on adequate housing for all at the second UN Habitat Assembly in 2023. Sponsored by Kenya alongside several other nations, the resolution laid key pillars for ensuring access to housing, including human rights-based approaches and diversified funding models. Our deliberations in this session have reinforced the need to continue prioritizing these principles in our collective efforts. In this regard, I have approached a number of heads of states, particularly those that sponsored the resolution, and proposed the establishment of a group of global champions on adequate and affordable housing to galvanize political will and accelerate the implementation of the resolution. I look forward to your support, your member states' support in this initiative. At the national level, Kenya's affordable housing program is a testament to our commitment to addressing the housing challenge. We approaching 200,000 housing units, social, affordable, and also market rate housing. Our goal remains steadfast. As we navigate an increasing digital era, Kenya embarked on expanding digital infrastructure, e-governance, participatory urban planning, for digitizing large tenure systems to streamline transactions through Ardhi Sasa. These innovations are designed to foster inclusive growth and efficient service delivery. Beyond physical infrastructure, human security must remain central to our urban development strategies. Inclusive, safe, and resilient cities, fundamental to advancing human security and ensuring protection for all. The establishment of Kenya's task force on femicide this year underscores our commitment to addressing gender-based violence, and reinforcing safeguards for women and children. As we look ahead, Kenya remains steadfast in its dedication to promoting adequate housing, social inclusion, and participatory urban governance. Collaboration is key. Kenya remains unwavering in its dedication to climate resilience and social equity, particularly for vulnerable urban populations. Through the Building Climate Resilience for the Urban Poor initiative and the Climate Resilience Service Program, which we are calling Climate Works, we have embarked on ambitious strategies to mitigate climate-induced vulnerabilities and empower unemployed youth in urban areas. The Nairobi River Regeneration Program exemplifies our resolve to restore ecosystems, enhance urban resilience, and uplift the quality of life for Nairobi residents, where UN Habitat is based. In this regard, I take this opportunity to urge development partners, international financial institutions, all stakeholders in this regard to invest in the Nairobi River Regeneration Program. This initiative is not just about environmental conservation, it's about transforming Nairobi. Climate change is a defining challenge of our time. An Africa Climate Summit held in Nairobi reinforced the urgency of collective action. Through the Nairobi Declaration, we have laid a foundation for robust climate initiatives that drive meaningful change. Today's deliberations have affirmed the necessity of sustained collaboration and unwavering commitment. While urban housing challenges persist, we recognize them as opportunities for transformation and innovation. The right to adequate housing must transition from principle to practice. I urge all stakeholders to prioritize affordable housing on the global agenda by championing innovative financing mechanisms, green technologies, regulatory frameworks, and policy that support equitable housing. The evolution of cities must be guided by sustainability and technological advancement. The UN Habitat Assembly's deliberations on people-centered smart cities have underscored the importance of structured frameworks that balance innovation with accessibility. In Kenya, Konza City, Technopolis City, stands as a model for leveraging digital transformation to drive economic growth. Through the power of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and big data analytics, Konza City has redefined urban living. More than just a technological marvel, Konza is a catalyst for economic transformation. I'm going very quickly. I'm going to be over very soon. Kenya's commitment to sustainable urban development will remain resolute. As we continue to advance our smart city initiatives, climate resilience programs, and housing solutions, we invite collaboration from nations and stakeholders seeking to drive inclusive urban transformation. As the proud host of the UN Habitat headquarters, Kenya has been at the heart of the human settlement and urban agenda for 4 decades. Our commitment to ensuring UN Habitat stability and prominence is unwavering. In demonstration of this commitment, I pledge to triple our contributions to UN Habitat, reinforcing Kenya's dedication to sustainable urban development and global cooperation. And that message was delivered in the presence of the ED 2 days ago. I call upon all member states to support strengthening of the institution financially and together with technical support, creating a platform for global, regional, and local cooperation on housing solutions. Lastly, the urgency for leadership in housing and urban development has never been greater. This session has reinforced our shared responsibility to translate commitments into action. Let us ensure that our resolutions drive meaningful change, uplifting communities and vulnerable communities, and making housing access a reality for all. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to all the delegates, experts, and stakeholders who have contributed to this session. Your insights, commitment, strengthen our collective resolve to shape a more inclusive and sustainable urban landscape. I know we are all very tired. Congratulations to the the new bureaus, and the executive board members that have been elected. Thank you very much. And to Malaysia and United Arab Emirates, congratulations to you. I believe you are up to the task. Thank you. We look forward to your leadership.
Agradezco a la secretaria de Gabinete, Alice Wajome, su intervención. Muchísimas gracias. Finalmente, cedo la palabra a nuestra estimada directora ejecutiva, la señora Ana Claudia Rosbach. Querida amiga, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Presidente. Excellency, Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome, Excellency President of UN Habitat Assembly Enrique Ochoa, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegations, distinguished delegates, representatives of Member States, partners, friends, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the close of this resumed session of the UN Habitat Assembly, and having had the privilege of working with you and benefiting from your guidance throughout the week, allow me to express my sincere thanks to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for offering the co-championship of housing globally, and to lead a group of global champions, as I just heard, also to triple the contribution. Thank you very much. Finally, I also would like to express our commitment in supporting Kenya with the urban agenda, the regeneration of the Nairobi River, and the housing and informal settlements agenda. Excellent news to finalize this assembly. I also thank you, Kenya, as host, for your steadfast support to UN Habitat. I also extend heartfelt thanks to the people and the government of Kenya for this specific warm welcome and unwavering partnership. Our shared strategic vision for adequate housing and sustainable urbanization stands as a beacon of hope for millions around the world. I would like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, for his wise message to us and continuous support to UN Habitat. I also extend heartfelt appreciation to the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Philemon Young, and the President of the Economic and Social Council, Ambassador Bob Ray, for their inspiring message and steadfast support in elevating human settlements agenda and urbanization as a central pillar of the global development agenda. Equally, I would like to extend my appreciation to my sister, the Mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, for sharing the inspiring journey of Paris toward becoming a truly sustainable city. Her leadership exemplifies how bold vision and inclusive planning can transform urban landscapes for the better. And to Governor Johnson Sakaja of Nairobi, his insightful, inspiring contributions to urban discourse have enriched our dialogue and grounded our discussions in the lived realities of rapidly growing cities. To Honorable Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude. Despite your demanding schedule, you remained with us throughout the day, yesterday, and well into the evening, and today, demonstrating unwavering dedication to the success of this assembly. I also warmly thank Honorable Tani Mohamed Soilihi, Minister in charge of Francophonie and International Cooperation of France, for the thoughtful contributions and exemplary leadership in chairing the high-level dialogue on housing. Excellencies, dear President of the Assembly, I would like to pay special tribute to you, my friend and brother, hermano, from Mexico. I thank you most sincerely for taking the time to be with us over the past 2 days, and for the exemplary leadership in steering this process with such clarity and commitment. Through you, I wish to convey our deepest appreciation to the government of Mexico, which has ably presided over this assembly for the past 6 years. Your leadership, alongside that of Honorable Marta Delgado, Roman Meyer, and Edna Elena Vega, mis queridos amigos de México, has ensured continuity, stability, and purpose, even in the most challenging of times. You have led this assembly with wisdom, integrity, and vision, and your dedication has been a guiding light for us all. Mr. President, we prepared a little something to thank you for your leadership and valuable support towards UN Habitat's next chapter. Gracias. Muchas y muchas gracias. I would like to mention and thank the significant contribution from the outgoing Bureau of the Assembly, Mexico, Germany, China, Poland, and to Ghana for its readiness to step in when called upon to support the President, and for ably chairing the informal consultations throughout the second session of the Assembly, ensuring its smooth and effective conduct. Excellencies, I rise with deep admiration for the spirit of unity and purpose that has defined our deliberations. This week, we were not just participants in an assembly, but we were architects of a shared future. At this stage, it is very important for me to extend my sincere appreciation to all member states. Through long nights and tireless negotiations, you demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the organization. Your successful endorsement of the Strategic Plan 2026-2029 is not just a procedural milestone. It's a declaration of intent to see this organization survive and thrive. Your long nights paid off. I'm very pleased that member states have adopted, and we now have a strategic plan. I understand from the conversations yesterday and the statements that we have indeed heard and reacted positively to the voices of the people we serve. Let me express my sincere gratitude to the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives, ably led by the High Commissioner of Pakistan, and to the Bureau of the Committee of Permanent Representatives, comprising Colombia, Tanzania, and Belgium, for their invaluable leadership and guidance. I would also like to extend a special thanks to His Excellency, mi querido amigo, Pedro Cortés Ruiz. Muchas y muchas gracias. Permanent Representative of Colombia and Vice Chair of the CPR, for his steadfast commitment and tireless efforts throughout this process. At this juncture, I would like to give you a bit of data to exemplify the commitment of countries of UN Habitat. This week, we welcome 657 delegates, from 118 member states and 4 observer countries, including 1 deputy prime minister, 42 ministers, 15 deputy ministers, and 20 governors and mayors. We were also honored to host 213 stakeholders from academia, civil society, foundations, the private sector, and local and regional governments. In total, we registered 1,360 participants who joined us in person. This is a powerful testament to the global momentum behind sustainable urbanization. Distinguished guests, this assembly was convened at a time of profound global uncertainty, but also at a moment of immense possibility. In your voices, your debates, and even your disagreements, we heard a shared vision that our human settlements and cities must be engines of equity, dignity, and economic sustainability. The strategic plan we have adopted is ambitious, yet firmly grounded in realism. But strangely alone is not enough. It must be matched by concrete implementation. That is why earlier this week, we convened a dialogue with key international financial institutions to explore innovative financing solutions. Our objective is clear. No resolution should remain unfunded, and no plan should be left on paper. UN Habitat remains fully committed to expanding and strengthening these partnerships, and we look to our member states to honor their commitments and continue their generous contributions so that together we can deliver transformative impact where it's needed most. We also convened a global stakeholder forum where participants strongly endorsed the plan's focus on adequate housing, access to land and basic services, especially for those living in slums and informal settlements. Stakeholders called for a structured dialogue and formal mechanisms for collaboration, accountability, and implementation. We heard you, and we will act. In this respect, let me reaffirm that UN Habitat is your strategic partner in crafting and implementing policies that reflect your national realities and are anchored in the principles of the United Nations Charter. Whether it's upgrading informal settlements as human right, integrating climate resilience and gender perspectives into urban planning, or reforming land governance, we stand ready to walk this journey with you. I would now like to invite all of us to come together in bidding a warm and heartfelt farewell to Dr. Michal Milnar, our Deputy Executive Director, who joined us in April 2023. Michal ably and graciously led the organization through a critical period of transition in 2024, serving as our Acting Executive Director prior to my arrival in Nairobi. Please join me in extending a well-deserved round of applause in recognition of his exceptional service and leadership. I am deeply grateful for his service, and I wish him every success in the next chapter of his journey. Excellencies, finally, let me congratulate the newly elected President of the Assembly chaired by Malaysia and the United Arab Emirates, the Vice President of the Assembly, Ethiopia, and the Rapporteur, Mexico, the Bureau of the Executive Board chaired by Germany, Vice Chair Slovakia, Brazil, China, and Rapporteur Cameroon, the newly elected Bureau of the Committee of Permanent Representative chaired by Sweden, Vice Chair China, and Rapporteur Kenya. I cannot conclude these remarks without expressing my heartfelt appreciation to our dedicated UN Habitat team, our colleagues at UNOM, our legal advisors, our interpreters, conference services officers, IT and technical support teams, DSS security, the Joint Medical Service, the Interaction Platform team, and UNTV. Your exceptional care, dedication, and tireless work behind the scenes have been instrumental in ensuring the smooth and successful conduct of this assembly. I am deeply grateful. I really would like to have another round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, legal advisor. Thank you, team. Solving the global housing crisis requires creativity in using available resources and assets, openness to listen to stakeholders and capture their expectations, social, private, and public sectors, ability to put the puzzle together, align finances, land, the construction industry, the social needs, the environmental and sustainability requirements, action from local and national governments, technical skills, data, and political will. The key pieces are clear: land, finance, people, institutions. It might take some time, but if the direction is clear and expectations aligned, transformation is possible. It requires courage to face frontally and centrally the housing crisis. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, directora ejecutiva Ana Claudia. De verdad, te agradezco ese gesto. Realmente lo aprecio muchísimo. Ahora les dirigiré unas palabras desde el podio. As you might have noticed, we lost interpretation, so exceptionally I will address the Assembly in English. I would like to start by quoting the vision of our Secretary of State of Agrarian, Territorial, and Urban Development, Dr. Edna Vega. Housing policies go beyond bricks and mortar when they adopt comprehensive approaches based on human rights and gender equality. When they work for and with the people, when those who are most vulnerable are put first, then these policies become an act of social and territorial justice and transforms lives, strengthens communities, and builds more equitable and just nations. The value of the multilateral system lies precisely in the ability to provide technical guidance and mobilize resources and political will to enable governments to meet the needs and expectations of their citizens. I sincerely congratulate delegations present here for the diplomatic work that has made it possible to adopt the UN Habitat Strategic Plan 2026-2029, as well as other very important decisions. Given the housing crisis faced by communities in both the Global South and the Global North, it is essential that UN Habitat be afforded the tools to provide technical assistance and work together with our national and local governments to harness the economic and social potential of the urban transition and to foresee and address the challenges associated with unplanned urbanization and climate change. Mexico's term as presidency of the Assembly, held since 2019, is now drawing to a close. However, we reaffirm our commitment to support the work of UN Habitat and to strengthen this UN body with the goal of building inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities for everyone from a perspective of human rights, gender equality, and social justice. I thank all delegations for the trust you have placed in Mexico to steer the work of our Assembly over the past 6 years. I extend my gratitude to my sister, the Executive Director of UN Habitat. Dear Ana Claudia, on behalf of Mexico, I congratulate Malaysia and Minister Khor Ming on their election to the presidency of the Assembly. We're confident that your leadership will enable us to build upon the decisions adopted during this session and ensure that actions of UN Habitat contribute to the well-being of cities and member states. With this, I declare the resumed session of the UN Habitat Assembly closed. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Distinguished delegates, on behalf of Malaysia and the United Arab Emirates, I have the pleasure to remind all delegations of the reception co-hosted by Malaysia and the United Arab Emirates, which will take place just outside the conference room, and to relay the message that everybody is invited. Thank you.